There we go. Good morning, friends. Welcome back. It is Sunday. And we here on the Totally Awake Crafting Club are totally awake. Yes, release the ducks. Exactly. So many of them. There are so many ducks. Ugh. But hi, good morning. I'm SJ. I'm here to sew hexagons. Plays the William Tell Overture, but in quacks. Oh gosh. What riotous cacophony that would be. Coffee. Right, so last time on the Totally Awake Crafting Club, I do believe we had caught ourselves up. I think we only have to do this week's this week. Let me make sure. So, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, 13th. Yep, we are caught up. Excellent. So, I guess let's dive right into making hexagons. Still in bed, so yup, awake. Yeah, definitely awake. You're typing. Typing is a pretty good sign of being awake, for sure. So it is cloudy and rainy out here today, but I don't think it's supposed to storm the way it did last week, so hopefully we'll keep power. And we're still not entirely sure if the power outage last week was caused by an incoming storm or if it was caused by, like, somebody hitting a pole. Because it started while the storm was still quite a ways off, so who knows. Want that weather? You are welcome to come in and partake in it. If you can come get it and take it back with you, you are welcome to. Although we have needed the rain up here as well, so. Not entirely unwelcome. Ah. So distracted by the power outage last week, I did not my threat. That tracks. I have a window right beside me, so when the power went out, it's not like it went pitch black in here. Like, there was still plenty of light to see by, so I just kind of went, welp, and, like, finished the seam that I was on. Guess I didn't think to knot my thread. Oh yeah, there's worth of thread there. Ooh, that's true. There is a donut downstairs for me. And also so many Eggos. Might go with Eggos during break, actually. Eggos are a food that I think I overdosed on them as a kid. Like, it was all Eggos all the time. So, when I moved out, I was like, no, no more Eggos. I'm sick of Eggos. But now that I'm like, I don't know, properly an adult, I'm like, wait a minute. Eggos were actually kind of good. I kind of like Eggos. I'm gonna buy Eggos again. Especially since there's like cool flavors of Eggos now. Like, banana chocolate chip Eggos are delicious. You cannot tell me otherwise. We did also attack, yeah, like the thick, like Belgian style Eggos. We never had those when I was a kid. I'm excited to try those. I don't know if I've ever had the thick Belgian style Eggos before. Ah, toasters. See, okay, weirdly enough, I don't think my family ever really did toaster strudels. We always did Pop-Tarts instead. I don't know if it was a matter of like they were cheaper, or if it was like an availability thing, or if it was like a me or my siblings just didn't like. I think it might have been, and I don't actually remember who it was. It might have been me. I think I remember one of us didn't like the frosting that came with the toaster strudels. It might have, I think it might have been me. That I just like, I really didn't like the icing. And so like, as a consequence, we just kind of always went with Pop-Tarts instead. And yeah, I know the icing was optional, but I don't know. I guess my parents figured if I wasn't going to eat half the product, they might as well get me something that I liked better. If me and my siblings had collaborated, they could have gotten double icing. That's true. I'm not sure my parents would have been any more happy about that, though. Which, again, might have been more evidence for why we lean toward Pop-Tarts. Air. Oh, yeah. The French toast sticks. I had totally forgotten about those. I don't know if we can get those up here. I've never seen them anyway. But yeah, I definitely remember those. Those were also tasty. Or I guess are also tasty. I just haven't had them in years. Wait, they were? They were right next to the waffles. Okay, well, clearly I didn't notice them. I was too hyper-focused on Eggo. Maybe in future we also acquire French toast sticks. I was too distracted by the banana chocolate chip Eggos. Also, a reminder, Kara, I think you do still have Pop-Tarts in the cabinet as well? Because didn't we pick up a box of those, like, special edition like, birthday Pop-Tarts that we found? I think it's still in the cabinet. You keep forgetting. Yeah, exactly, because they're in the cabinet. They're not immediately in our visual range, so they don't exist. I also keep forgetting about them. And then I open the cabinet and I go, oh yeah, Pop-Tarts. And then I close the cabinet and they cease to exist again. And yes, I know the easy solution to this is just leave them out on the counter. But we can't leave everything out on the counter because we don't have that much counter space. Yes, exactly. We need that counter space for making real food. A mlem from a kitsune. I didn't even boop you yet. Just an unprovoked mlem. My goodness. Ooh, lasagna. What sort of lasagna? Just like a basic beef and cheese lasagna, or is there like, is it fancy? And cheese, excellent. I mean, honestly, sometimes that's just the best kind of lasagna. There's one of our like grocery store chains, their store brand has like a frozen seafood lasagna that they make. Which Kara and Jade both really like, and I actually don't because it's just weird. Seafood lasagna is just weird. I'm sorry. Minus mushrooms because you forgot. To be fair, I continually forget that mushrooms usually even go in lasagna because I don't like them. And so most of the time when Kara makes lasagna, or her mom makes lasagna, they either leave the mushrooms out or they puree them so fine that you can't tell they're in there because that's the only way that I'll eat them. So I usually just totally forget that mushrooms tend to go in lasagna. You're actually mid on the seafood lasagna due to the smell? Fair enough. It's not that I dislike it. Like, if that's what's for dinner, I'll eat it. I won't go out of my way to eat it. It's just strange. I'm not a huge fan of it. Lots of people have said no mushrooms. I mean, I feel like mushrooms are definitely one of those things where, like, either your family has always included them or they don't. It's one of those optional ingredients. Kind of like, what kind of cheese do you use? Tends to vary by, like, region or family. But that doesn't make any one lasagna less valid than another. I guess unless you're talking about proper original Italian lasagna, in which case, I don't know, my family's not Italian. For me, mushrooms is a texture thing. It's definitely a texture thing, which is why if you chop them up small enough or like puree them in, I'll totally eat them. But like if they're in big enough chunks that I notice they're there and like I can feel them when I eat them, I can't do it. It's not like a taste dislike, it's definitely texture. Yeah, there's one more hex earth there. No problem. That said, I do need to make some more papers. So. To be fair, bolognese and lasagna are both such medleys that you could put anything in them and a number of people will just not like it. That is true. That is very true. And that's probably, I think, why those recipes in particular tend to be like so tailored to individual families. Because like parents will sub things out depending on what their kids like or maybe what their kids are allergic to. And then that just kind of becomes the family recipe. So then the kids make it the same way because they're like, well, this is how my family always made it, unless they need to make their own substitutions. And then it just kind of goes on and on. Also, people might not like it because of taste combinations. Also true. Ooh, a bowl of boiled potatoes to turn into potato salad. Excellent. That is an excellent summertime dish. Which, speaking of, hey Kara, we should make potato salad soon. We haven't yet this summer. That's another recipe that tends to vary wildly depending on who you ask. Yeah, same brain cell, exactly. It was just like, ooh, yeah, it's summertime. Nice and hot out, time for potato salad. just have a recipe exchange in general. We should, honestly. Do like you know how church groups will publish like a cookbook of like all of these are like all of our congregation members like family or signature recipes? We should do that, but with Cursed Chord. Just put together a PDF that's like Cursed Chord recipe book. New channel would be good, or we could just thread it. But threads become hard to find after a while. I feel like Kite has made new channels for weirder things. Or new channels for more niche things. Also foresee having each recipe in a thread. Oh, actually, that's a great idea. Have the channel be one of those threaded channels. That would actually be great. There we go. I mean, with something like a potato salad, I feel like measurements are a suggestion at the best of times. Again, you tailor it based on your preferences. Still love Kara's mom looking at a recipe and going, 2 cloves of garlic. You must have made a typo. It should be 12. Potato salad recipes are suggestions that adjust around exactly how much potato is actually there. That reminds me of the time that I was home for the summer and I was gonna make potato salad, and my brother had volunteered to like help by like pre-chopping the potatoes and stuff for me, and came wandering into where I was and was like, hey, like how many potatoes should I chop up? And I was like, well, or like, how many potatoes should I boil? Because he was gonna like do the boiling and the chopping for me. He's like, how many potatoes should I boil? And I was like, well, how big are they? And he just kind of looked at me like I was stupid and went, potato sized. Like, yes, I understand that. That's not actually a helpful measurement, Andrew. Thank you. Bit of thread chicken. Fine. Last time I chopped them pre-boiling and that was fine. This time I chopped them immediately post-boiling and they have medium disintegrated. Yeah, that's the problem with potatoes, especially if you leave the skins on. Because then when you try to chop them, the skin bends just enough that it, like, breaks the cohesion of the potato inside. Next time I will chop them post-cooling and see how it goes. When do we usually do the chop on ours, Kara? We usually chop them pre-boil as well, right? Trying to remember. Because usually you're the one that handles it. I don't quite remember. Kara's in charge of potato salad. I'm in charge of egg salad. Really how it goes. Because appropriately enough, the potato salad recipe comes from her mother and our egg salad recipe comes from my grandmother, so division of labor. Yeah, I'm not sure how you would chop eggs pre-boil. Just putting that out there, if you can manage that, that's a pretty neat talent. Or you need to get much fresher eggs. Look. Yesterday during that game of Champed Up, when I got presented with the champion of short attention spans, I'm not saying my first thought was, how can I draw Kara? But my first thought was, how can I draw Kara? No, I'm going to start calling the exterior of potatoes their shell. I mean, to be fair, it sounds really weird to say you're boiling them in their skin. egg skin. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna boil these eggs in their skin and the potatoes in their shells, and you can't stop me. is 7. Excellent. So we have Ons. Pretty good. Nice balance of darks and lights. Shuffling. Ooh. Ooh, oh my god, that looks so tasty, kids. That looks so tasty. Please enjoy this lasagna for all of us. Yeah, that looks incredible. There we go. So, I'm not sure I've ever told the story on here of, well, in fact, I'm pretty sure I haven't. The story of little SJ's first attempted quilting project. So, I've always been interested in like sewing and quilting, especially. My grandmother sewed mostly clothing. Like she made dresses for me and my sister when we were little, that kind of thing. And she made like doll clothes and things. And in the house, we had a couple quilts that were made by my great grandmother. And I always thought that they were really pretty and really interesting. And I always kind of wanted to learn how to quilt. And when I was in grade, oh, good lord, probably grade 2 or 3, I think. Us, like my family and a couple other families that lived in the same neighborhood, would usually carpool. So, like, you know, Monday, Tuesday, my mom would take all of the kids to school. Wednesday, Thursday, it was Mrs. Shell, and then Friday it was Mrs. Jackson, or you know, whatever. They would take turns driving all the kids to school. And Mrs. Jackson was a quilter. And I don't remember, again, this was like grade 2 or 3. I don't remember how it ever came up. Like, I remember I really liked Mrs. Jackson. Like, she was super friendly. She was super nice. She didn't have any kids that were in my grade. I think her kids were a couple years older than me. And I don't think she had any girls. I think she had like 2 or 3 sons. So she was always like, I don't know, just like super nice to me. We kind of like clicked really well, like as much as an adult and a kid click. Like, I remember I had a lot of fun talking to her about things. So somehow it came up that she quilted. And I remember I must have at some point told her that I wanted to learn how to quilt. Because she put together a kit for me. I don't remember if she gave it to me for Christmas or if she gave it to me as like an end of the year, like, here's something you can work on over the summer kind of thing. But she put together a kit with squares of fabric and not handwritten, but like typed directions on like how to make a doll quilt. So like, it wasn't like a huge kit or anything. It was enough fabric to make a doll quilt. And it was all in shades of purple, because I think I told her at some point that I really liked purple. And so she gave me this quilting kit so that I could maybe teach myself how to quilt. And this was not super far-fetched. I was an extremely precocious child. I would absolutely teach myself how to quilt. This off. But, you know, being a kid, I had a fairly short attention span. I never finished doll quilt. But I saved all the fabric. And I found it recently. Like a month or 2 ago. I found it because I had kept it. I actually kept it all in. It was all in this tin. Like, there was this, I opened this tin because I knew there were buttons in here, but I opened it up and there was also that stack of fabric. So some of them, and I was hopeful and I was correct. They are 2.5-inch squares. So these fabrics here, and I've got a whole pile over on my desk that I'll be adding in gradually because I don't want to overwhelm this with all purple. But these are fabrics from Mrs. Jackson from probably literally 25 years ago at this point. And they're gonna finally get used. Not in the doll quilt she originally envisioned, but waste not. And what else was in there? Reach to get it here. Was my progress on the doll quilt. So this is as far as I got. I got through 1 row. The stitching is so you can see I didn't quite get the idea of cutting my thread in between. I think in my like 8-year-old brain, it felt like it would be a waste of thread, or I thought that, like, why bother cutting my thread after each seam? So I don't know how well you can tell on camera, but like I stitched it in a zigzag. So like I stitched down here and then across here and then up here and then across here and then down here and then across here and then up here. Which, okay, not a terrible idea if you're hand stitching like this. That's fine. You could probably do that because then these stitches will be hidden when you put the next row on. But like, these stitches are massive. Like, these are the basting stitches I use for my hexagons. These are not stitches that are going to hold this fabric in any reliable way. So I will probably at some point snip these threads and reuse these pieces as well. I just thought it was super interesting getting this look back at my, you know, what I was working on as probably a 7-year-old, literally my first sewing project. It just goes to show you I've been interested in this, and I've wanted to quilt for 25 years. It's always been a thing. So, Mrs. Jackson, I don't remember your first name. I have no idea where you are today, but thank you. These fabrics are seeing use eventually. Red. And just like the fact that she was willing to indulge a 7-year-old. Like, she could tell that it was something I was interested enough in and passionate enough about to actually go through with, you know, giving me that gift, as opposed to just kind of humoring me and talking about it. Which is something I've always appreciated. Ooh, omelet. Omelet sounds lovely. Hot egg salad. Oh, Rand coming in with a hydrate. Excellent. Let's secure this one on here. It's a good morning, Randus. And a stretch. Excellent. Perfect. probably started with morning. You're actually awake? That's weird. How did that happen? Ooh, an apple for Carby. Excellent. This is a week. Gosh, what is the world coming to? Don't know. So you're saying it could happen again? Concerning. Okay. Sharp off my hand. Do a stretch. We could get out the back to bed bat. We could. It's true. Everybody else should also stretch. You have not already. Excellent. Much better. Thank you, Randus. And I will hydrate. Randus, we were having this discussion earlier. Pop-Tarts versus Eggo waffles versus toaster strudel. What's your preference? We're doing like an informal chat poll as people filter in and out. None of the above is also a valid option, but I feel that's very strange. Toaster strudel? Okay, interesting. So far, that does seem to be the clear winner. And I was saying toaster strudel, for some reason, is like the one that my family didn't get. Like, we bounced back and forth between Pop-Tarts and Eggos, and I think it was because, if I'm remembering correctly, I didn't like the frosting on toaster strudel. Or I didn't like, and I think I didn't like the texture of the crispy pastry. So my parents were like, okay, fine, we'll just get Pop-Tarts instead, because you like Pop-Tarts. But for everybody else, the majority opinion does seem to be toaster strudel. Which, fair enough. Okay, so toaster strudel is similar to a Pop-Tart. It is a flat pastry filled with usually like a jam or a jelly that's meant to go in the toaster and be warmed up and turned crispy. The biggest differences between them is that while Pop-Tart has like a baked, like almost a cookie kind of crust, like a shortbread crust, toaster strudel is a flaky pastry. So it's like a very flat, like a croissant, or almost like a Danish. It's like a Danish style pastry, but instead of there being an opening on the top, it's covered over so you can safely put it in the toaster. And then it came with these packets of like sugar icing so that after it came out of the toaster you could put like sugar icing on it. Yeah, so like strudel but in a toaster. And yeah, and covered over so that the jelly doesn't set your toaster on fire. Yeah, there we go. I had forgotten it was a Pillsbury product, but that makes perfect sense. Right? I think I'd rather oven strudel, but also strudel is a dessert. Fair, yeah. That note, you have chocolate cake. Ooh, excellent. Lasagna and chocolate cake sounds like an excellent dinner. Oh yeah, speaking of Pokemon, so there is currently another Cursed Chord Archipelago run underway. I am participating this time with Pokemon Emerald, which I'm actually enjoying quite a bit more. Well, I don't know. I really enjoyed playing in Stardew Valley. Playing in Pokemon Emerald is different, but also very enjoyable. Um, my one regret is that I randomized the Pokemon's types, which I'm finding to be more annoying than fun. And I think it's because, so like, on the upside, it's neat because it's giving me like interesting type combinations that you don't usually see outside of like maybe legendaries. But on the other hand, I've been playing Pokemon too long, I think. And I have so much, like, almost muscle memory of, like, oh, this Pokemon is this type, that trying to, like, puzzle out what the new type is and then trying to remember it is actually more frustrating than it is fun. So I think in future I will not be randomizing types. Um I will continue to randomize abilities and movesets because that's just fun. But yeah, having the Pokemon themselves with random types is interesting, but ultimately I'm finding it to be somewhat frustrating. I can't. Yeah, I didn't mess with the stats either because I knew that that would be a problem for me. Um, that yeah, that same thing. There's too much muscle memory in, like, I know what this Pokemon is good at, and if I randomized that and was having to try to figure that out with, like, enemy Pokemon as well as learning my own, I would die. But yeah, I'm finding the types is the same thing, which, good to know. Now I know for the future. Um, but on this run, uh I because I did randomize the types, I have had the benefit of the most broken ass Wigglytuff I could have possibly imagined. Uh a steel type Wigglytuff with water absorb as an ability and milk drink on its moveset, milk drink being a self-healing move. And water absorb is exactly what it sounds like. If it gets hit with a water attack, it doesn't do any damage and actually heals it instead. Um, Combined with the steel typing, which, yeah, like, this Wigglytuff is a tank. She is completely broken. I love her. I don't know. Abilities and movesets I don't mind as much. I think because TMs are already a thing. Like, you can already kind of play with your Pokemon's moveset and give them unexpected moves. So I find that doesn't bother me as much. And abilities, I kind of like, that's just enough randomization and variation where I'm like, oh, okay, this Pokemon has this ability now. This is fun. But yeah, stats and types I don't think I can do again in the future. But I'm having a lot of fun. I turned on both uh what's called trainer sanity and dex sanity, which basically means that anytime I defeat a trainer, it sends an archipelago check. And anytime I catch a new Pokemon or like evolve one, every time I get a new Pokemon into the Pokedex, it sends an archipelago check. And it's been a lot of fun. I like having the trainers on because it's like constant dopamine hits every time I defeat a trainer. Uh, I get like the cool little bump of like, ooh, I found this item for this person. My end goal is just defeating the champion. I figured I would set for just because this is the first time I've ever done an archipelago on Emerald, I would set it nice and easy. So my end goal is just defeating the champion. Um, I'm currently like semi stuck. So I still have a couple routes, like the mid ocean routes that I can go through and defeat trainers. I still have plenty of Pokemon I can like catch and evolve for Dex entries. But in order to actually progress like the Magma Aqua plotline and actually get to the Elite Four, I still have 2 more badges that I need, and I need my Dive HM is the big one. I don't have Dive yet. So I'm just kind of, I know where it is. I hinted it. I know like what item it is in what person's game, and I've let them know like, hey, I need this HM in order to progress. So once they get around to it, it'll be good. So I'm just kind of like wandering around defeating trainers and training. until then, because all of my Pokemon are currently in their early 30s. So I do need to do a fair bit more training. Like, even if I had like full access, I couldn't go do the Elite Four right now. They're not strong enough yet, so I do at least do more training. Yeah, it's been a ton of fun. I think I'll probably do Emerald again next time. Just like I said, without the types randomized. Let's see, what else have I gotten? Had a poison dragon Swinub that was on my team for quite a while, but I ended up taking it off the team just because its stats weren't up to snuff. Like, poison dragon is cool, but it was dying to everything. Even with the resistances that poison dragon gives it, it just wasn't defensively bulky enough. I probably could have hung on to it until it evolved to Piloswine and see if that would have helped more. But, it's fine. Doing HMs and badges might be a bit too much for me just because that's 2 hard locks on progressing. Yeah, that's fair. Like I said, I still have plenty more that I can do while I'm waiting for those to be found. But yeah, I can see how that would be frustrating. And you can opt out of doing those, too. Or opt out of including them in the randomization, I should say. I actually got my Surf fairly early. I still don't have Fly, though. One of the 2 badges I'm still waiting on is my Feather badge. So I'm stuck walking everywhere, which is both hilarious and extremely annoying. But, like, in a hilarious kind of way. Mamoswine is great? Yeah, but I'm playing in Emerald, so no Mamoswine here. Oh, I do have the bike. I do have the bike, yes. But it's still, like, a long way to walk. Yeah, bikes were... You have the option of including the bikes in the randomization as well. I did not. I opted out of that. I'm like, no, give me my bikes as soon as I can conceivably get my bikes, please. Do not make me try to find the bikes. Rarely ever used Fly. Even when I teach it to a Mon, I find myself walking. That's fair. I'm just finding, again, because it's an archipelago run, I'm bouncing around the map, or I'm wanting to bounce around the map a lot more than I normally would. Because it's like, oh, I finally got cut, so I can go back and do this thing, or I finally got, I finally unlocked this thing, so I can go all the way back and do this thing now. Or like, oh, so-and-so hinted for this item that they need, and it's in my game, but it's all the way back on the other side of the map, kind of thing. My starter was really neat. My starter is a fire-type Trapinch. I have gotten him up to Vibrava. He's Still got a little ways to go before I get Flygon. I got really, really lucky where one of my early catches was a electric ghost type Metagross, like fully evolved Metagross, that I was able to catch at like level 6. And that thing is OP. They will be on my team forever. They are extremely amazing. I love them. What else? What else? Who else is on my team? Wigglytuff, Trapinch, Metagross. I know another one that's like... Oh! My water dark type... well, I caught it as a Larvitar. But it is now a Pupitar, and again, it'll have a while to wait before I get a Tyranitar. But once I finally get my team fully evolved, boy howdy, the Elite Four better watch out. Playing with the starter selections is one of my favorite randomizer things. Yeah, me too. I love being able to be like, oh, interesting. I usually still set it to... I want it to be like the first stage of a Pokemon. I don't want my starter to be like a Metagross. I want it to be a Beldum so that I have like the starter experience of like, I need to train this Pokemon up and get it to evolve kind of thing. Because for me, that's like key to the experience and like how you bond with your starter. But sure, if you want to throw a level 6 Metagross at me on Route 104, I'll catch that bitch. Trying to remember what my other two starter choices were. It was Trapinch, Gulpin, and don't remember what the third one was. Might have been Seedot, perhaps? I think it might have been Seedot as the third starter. But I like Windmill Slam Trapinch as soon as I saw it. Because Flygon is amazing. Oh yeah, and then at level 17, my Trapinch learned Sacred Fire, which is the signature move of Ho-Oh. And slightly broken. Tiny little Trapinch go rawr. Ooh, Breloom is cool. I've never trained a Breloom. I do not remember what my original Emerald team was. Because I played through it back when Emerald first came out. I probably still have my Emerald cartridge around somewhere. Lord knows if the save file would still be intact. probably not due to the internal battery problems they had, but yeah, I don't remember. I remember my starter was Mudkip. Yeah, so I had a Swampert as well. But I don't remember anything else about what my original team was. I think maybe a Delcatty? Because I, like, absolutely fell in love with Skitty at first sight. And I was, like, 13, so I didn't care that Delcatty wasn't a fantastic Pokemon. I was like, yes, cat, please. Ooh, Manectric. Manectric is also good. I think I might have also had a Manectric. Because electric types are cool. Okay, so this one we can actually put a button on. But I'm going to go ahead and take my break first. Everybody else should get up, stretch, go to the bathroom, grab refills on your drinks if you need to. Move yourself around a little bit, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, there we go. I return. Nope, wrong one. And I see that board game arena. Hello? Ah, that would be the problem. No, not that. Hello? Why can you not select board game arena? Okay. Let's try it. Reopening it. Yeah, I know. For some reason, it's not letting me select board game arena on my drop-down list. All right, fine. I want that. That. Board game arena is open. No board game arena, only misbehaving OBS. Yeah, maybe. Ah, there we go. Thank you, OBS. All right. Ease. I'm so excited. I'm also really excited to play this one. I need to try to find time to make boards. Okay. Rummy everywhere. Let's see. None of this is helpful, so let's draw a card. That's also not helpful. Aha, Azul. Let's do that. Aha. Okay. This game has been not going great for me. I can't get much of an engine going. I have 2 blue. I guess let's see what I can grab. 3 blue. Sure. File that, which lets me pick a blue, which lets me draw and draw. And then a second pick, red, which lets me draw again. Okay, so that was pretty good. That was a good turn. I don't think it's going to be enough to let me catch up with Max and Kuma, but we'll see. Two cards to my crib, huh? I guess let's do that. Should have left those kings where they were, but that's okay. Okay. Now. Let's do that. Excellent. Next. Hello, BGA. Okay. Interesting. Refresh. There we go. Okay. That. Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, a 2. That there. Okay. Water, huh? So for this, water space adjacent to ruins. Okay, perfect. We'll put that there. Enclose the goblins. Simply surround them. Yep, I'll take that. Okay. That. Draw a clover. That is unneeded. Thank you. Next. Okay. Let's see. I mean, so, come on. When a city tile is placed on Mars, increase your money production 1 step. When I place a city, gain 3 money. Okay, so I could do that. It is probably better to raise the temperature though, because I already have 6 money production, which is pretty good. It's probably better to raise the temperature and then next turn either raise the temperature again or give myself a power generation. More money, more better? That's true. And I would get a bonus from placing a city as well. But I still feel like in the long term, well, heck. Okay, where are we putting this? What does this one do? I don't know what the little person does, and I don't know what the little question marks do. What does the little person do? What does the little person do? Okay. I mean, I guess I could place a tile there and figure out what the little person does. You know what? Sure. Build a city on a mountain. It's probably fine, right? Oh, it triggers an event. Interesting. Don't know what it did, but yay. Yay. Sure, yay. And there we go. That is caught up. Excellent. Thank you, friends. Not too many boards at the moment. Need to try to remember to create more. I've just been so wrapped up in the archipelago, I keep forgetting. Yeah, let's switch back to that. I did remember another Pokemon that was absolutely unquestionably on my original Emerald team. And that is Linoone. Because I absolutely fell in love with Zigzagoon the moment I saw it. And you want to talk about surprising beasts? Linoone is amazing. You put like Slash and Surf on a Linoone, it is going to tear through a surprising number of enemies. Alright. Now, we get to place a button. Pull out my box of buttons. Digging through. Let's do this an interesting way. Let's pull out 3 buttons, and we'll see if any of them actually speak to us. Out. I'm not looking, I'm just feeling that one. And I'll show what these are in a minute. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. So we have sort of a clear orange one. We have one that's got Sting, like embossing on it. We've got a white one. It's kind of an interesting shape, but otherwise a little boring. I'm kind of thinking this one. Like, it's really hard to see on camera, but it's actually got kind of like an interesting diamond pattern sort of embossed onto it. So I'm thinking probably this one. The other 2 go back in the bin. I love buttons. Unironically, I love buttons. Part of why I wanted to incorporate them into this quilt. Alright. You for now. the needle. Button secure. The buttons are the first of each month. Just for the fun of it, and because I like buttons. So for each hexagon that represents the first of a month, I am adding a button. Will this also be a hanging quilt or will it be a used quilt? This one I'm planning to make large enough that I can use. This one will probably be longer than a year. It'll probably go for at least 2 years and then we'll kind of see how big it is. Because I am planning to make this one big enough that it'll be useful. The first one I stopped at a year just so that I could see what a year looked like. And so that I can display it and point to it and go, this is a year. Originally with this one, I was planning to like not restrict myself to one hexagon a day and just to kind of make hexagons, but so far it's just worked out. cowrie for a duck. Excellent. Ooh, I'm actually going to be getting up here in a second anyway. Finish this. I will do that. Put my OC surname on Anduck. Anduck. Okay. I think I can manage. Alright, there we go. That is all of this week's hexagons joined in. They are in fact caught up. I'm going to get up, go name that duck, and then run downstairs to grab my crochet, which I forgot to bring with me. That is what we'll work on for the last hour. Because I need to get that done. Desert bus crochet. But first, briefly, and duck. And for anyone wondering, yes, those are Wooloo on my pants. Right, I forgot there's new DLC. Haven't downloaded it yet, so next week, stay tuned. I'll probably purchase it by then. Now, if Kaori is an OC, or the surname of your OC, there is the Animu duck, but there is also the koi fish duck, which I quite like for this. So let's do the koi fish duck. There we go. All right, everybody sit tight with the ducks. I'm going to run downstairs and be right back in a second. I mean, there could also be multiple Cowrie running around at the moment. We have more than the maximum number of ducks, which means there have, or like, so the way that it works is it'll spawn in one of each type, but then once there's one of each type, it'll just start spawning in duplicates. Right, it helps if I find him. Ah, there he is. If I can get him on screen again, I'll switch to it. Here we go. We're now at least focused on Anne Cowrie. One of the potentially multitudes of Cowrie. So many ducks. It's true. And there are yet more ducks to be acquired with the new DLC. Let's see here. Yeah, so the Desert Bus crafts have to be in Desert Bus hand, well, like the warehouse's hands by September 30th. So I usually want to ship it around the first week of September at the latest. Oh yes, there are Wooloo on my pajama pants. I do in fact have Wooloo pajama pants. All right. Now. Let's see. Pattern. My pattern. Can still see chat. Instead, move my pattern to the screen where I can see. There we go. All right, so up a bit. This is my current Desert Bus project. It is Minecraft. It is one wall of a chunk of in Minecraft from the surface all the way down to bedrock. I punched an actual chunk, turned it into a pattern. I am now crocheting that into an extremely long scarf that realistically is probably better off as like a wall hanging. I have not actually measured it. Do not yet know exactly how large it will end up. That is math I have not yet done. That for camera centering. That's pretty. Ooh, a spiritual sequel to Nichijou? Interesting. Never actually watched Nichijou, I don't think. Ooh, 4-Koma humor in anime form. Ooh. So, like, somewhat similar to Azumanga then. I love Azumanga Daioh. Ooh, similar in pacing. Excellent. I will definitely have to put that on my list to watch that. Because yeah, I very much enjoy the like vibes and humor of Azumanga Daioh. All right. Complete. Said mark this row complete. There we go. So this scarf, when I send it off to Desert Bus, will be sent with a card showing the world seed and the coordinates, so that if whoever wins this wants to go punch the chunk for themselves, they can. Or if they want to claim the wall diamonds that are on this scarf, they're welcome to do that as well. It will also, I'm also planning to do a, hard to describe, so like a legend card, where it'll be a card with a row of holes along the side, and I'm gonna loop each type of thread, like or type of yarn, each color of yarn I'm using. I'll loop a short length of it through those holes, and then beside the holes I'll write like, okay, this one is stone, this one is deep slate, this one is diorite. Because like, you can kind of tell. Like, you could make guesses about what each of these types is if you know about Minecraft. But I figured using the legend I could at least, you know, show for sure, like, oh, this is what I was using for granite, and this is what I was using for iron, etc. This is kind of like a neat little bonus thing. I am actually fairly close. Make sure I keep working on it. That I'm not like scrambling to finish it last week. I've got, let's see here, let's do a quick. And 14. I've got 16 rows to get up to surface. And then I'm planning to do an additional maybe 10 or 12 rows of sky above that just to give it like a little bit of a buffer. However, yeah, I'm thinking like 8 to 12 rows depending on what looks right when I get there. And then I'll be done. Oh, and a tree. I am planning to put a short tree on top too. Again, just for like balance and flavor. Alright, so this row is stone all the way across. Nice and easy. Right. That road. Right. Gretchen. Come here. Come here. Gotcha. And to grab it when I got up, did not. We will need that momentarily. I know it's really impossible to tell on video, but I actually really like the texture that this stitch imparts, both on the front and also on the back. Like the back is actually a really nice texture to it too. It is very thick and fluffy. What's my favorite Pokemon? I mean, can I narrow it down to one? Is the question. I mean, the default answer that always comes to mind first is Clefairy. Just because, you know, Kara's is Jigglypuff, and I really do love Clefairy, and Clefairy and Jigglypuff are girlfriends, kind of thing. The actual answer is probably either Totodile or Rowlet, and it's really, really hard to choose between them. I love them both so much. Like, if I had to pick one, probably Totodile, just for like nostalgia factor of I played Silver so long ago, and Totodile was my starter. Uh, but like Totodile and Rowlet are the top two, and they're like neck and neck. Glad to help. Rowlet is my stupid, stupid son. He really is. I love Rowlet. Around. Eve scarf. Uh, oh, I've been lax in my duties. Reminder, if anyone needs to eat something, please go eat something. Find yourself a good meal. I forgot, because usually I'm reminding Kitsune specifically, and Kitsune had lasagna. But everybody else, also, please go eat. I did, in fact, get Eggo waffles while I was on break. Part of why break took so long. Wafuru. Wafuru. Although, I guess if you really wanted to be technical, it would probably be in katakana as opposed to hiragana. It is a loan word. But yes, wafuru. Oh, you're making a specific reference. Excellent. Did not catch that. Stone, pick up. stone. Oh, a baby.
I am a terrible monster. I'm a terrible baby scooping monster.
Or she complains.
Sure does. She's full of complaint. But she's also eepy. I scooped her up from a dead sleep. Like a monster.
For pause in. Perfect look. You're right, and you should say it, kid. Is a good bobble. Is, yeah. The drive-by scooping might have helped because she was asleep enough that by the time Kaylee brought her up and dropped her on my lap, she was still half asleep. So she was just kind of like, alright, this is. Can't decide if she wants to pass out again or not. B. was there a duck explosion? Yeah, so there's one duck that's a robot and it releases like smaller bomb ducks that will then go out and explode. So that's probably what you heard. I don't know that Sasha's ever had duck actually. You probably would like it though. Down in milk. some duck. I think the few times we've had duck, it's been cooked in things that she can't have. So yeah, I don't know if she's ever actually tried duck. Oh, sorry, did my talking disturb you, ma'am? Now, of course, it is after 2 p.m., but we are currently trapped. Normally I'd be wrapping up, but I cannot disturb Sachet. It is illegal. Sorry, not sorry, you trapped me. The bigger question is what happens when I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, look at that. There she goes. Just upside down. Here for the long haul. Bless you, Kara. hour of baby time. Hope you have of sachet. It's a pity the tiny little snoring sounds are not enough to be picked up by the microphone. So, Kara, it sounds like the laundry is ready to be flipped. You are so motivated. Oh no, I'm alright. I'm good with snacks. The bigger problem is I need to pee. But you can't really help with that. Good morning. Oh, big yawn. Oh. Am I free? Or are you turning around? Nope, I'm free. What a baby. Darling baby. But yeah, so that'll do it. I hope you enjoyed your baby hour. It's been a while since she's come up and done that, so I'm glad that she was able to come up and flop. My lap is now extremely warm. But yeah, everybody have a great rest of your day. I should be here next week. I don't know why I wouldn't be. So if I see you before then, hopefully, fantastic. If I don't, I'll see you next Sunday at the latest. Everybody take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Make sure you stay fed, hydrated, stretched out. You know, all the stuff. Smiles go for miles. So just do the best that you can. And I will see you all in the future. Bye.